まもなく ISU ジュニアグランプリフィギュアスケート競技大会2023ジュニア男子シングルフリースケーティングの競技を開始いたします。
Welcome to the ISU Junior Grand Prix of Figure Skating 2023-24 in Osaka, Japan. In a few minutes, we will begin the competition for Junior Men Free Skating.
ご来場のお客様にお願い申し上げます。会場内は禁煙です。競技中のお席でのご飲食はご遠慮ください。カメラ、スマートフォンおよびタブレット端末による写真撮影並びにビデオ撮影は禁止されております。また携帯電話、スマートフォンはマナーモードに設定してください。緊急地震速報 J アラートが発表された場合は場内アナウンスにてご案内いたします。花束やプレゼントの投げ込みは禁止されております。また身を乗り出してのご観戦や演技中の大きな声での会話などは周りのお客様のご迷惑になりますのでご遠慮ください。
We would like to remind you that smoking is not permitted in the arena and flash photography as well as video recording is forbidden. Please set your phones to silent mode. Please be also reminded that it is strictly forbidden to throw any items such as gifts and flowers onto the ice at any time. Thank you very much for your cooperation. 競技に先立ちまして審判団および技術役員をご紹介いたします。 Prior to the competition, let us introduce to you the officials of this event. Please welcome
レフリー
the referee, Miss Emily Billow.
1番ジャッジ
Judge number 1, Miss Rui Sun, China.
2番ジャッジ
Judge number 2, Miss Lisa Yerevan, Australia.
3番ジャッジ
Judge number 3, Miss Pernilla Bulin, Finland.
4番ジャッジ
Judge number 4, Miss Susan Pedricevic, New Zealand.
5番ジャッジ
Judge number 5, Miss Ismail Sarayu Takshini, Malaysia.
6番ジャッジ
Judge number 6, Miss Elaine Sagan, Canada.
7番ジャッジ
Judge number 7, Mr. Tetsuo Abe, Japan.
8番ジャッジ
Judge number 8, Miss Anna Kanto, Israel.
Welcome back to Osaka in Japan for the International Skating Union's Junior Grand Prix of Figure Skating. This, the 4th of 7 stops on the Junior Grand Prix series. We will find out which of the skaters will achieve qualification to the Grand Prix final, which takes place in Beijing in December. There, the Kanku Ice Arena opened in December 2019 at the foot of the Kansai Airport Bridge. The National Training Center since March 2020, and now home to some of the world's best junior figure skaters. And amazing to see so many of the elite coaches around the world traveling from destination to destination to support their students in pursuit of success. And there, the referee, Ms. Emily Below, and the judging panel. You can see lots of Asian representation in the judges, and then the technical controller and the 2 technical specialists. Mr. Ted Barton has so wonderfully acknowledged on numerous occasions the judges and the officials who give up their time voluntarily to support the skaters. And there, the starting order for the men's free skate. The first medals to be decided in Osaka. Not a reverse order of the short program results, but grouped in the starting order. Reverse of the short program. Previously, until this year, the COVID criteria had set it would be a complete reversal of the result of the short program. Now, each group of skaters, groups of 5 in this men's event, and then the final group of 6 will be shuffled based on a draw that took place 15 minutes after the end of the short program yesterday. Shortly, we will get to see the skaters taking to the ice for their 6-minute warm-up ahead of the 4-minute free skate.
The skaters of warm-up group number 1 will take the ice.
Indeed, it's 5 groups of 5 skaters throughout the competition, and we will see a broad spectrum of abilities and capabilities, but great to see representation from so many skating nations.
From Hong Kong, China, Shu Hei Shu. From Philippines, Brandon James Baldos. From Australia, Christoph Roth.
There will be 25 men competing from 20 different skating nations. And all of the men, like the women who have just concluded their short program, had the opportunity to practice earlier today. Not quite as an early start for the men, mindful of the arduous 4-minute free skate that lies ahead of them. Thank you to those of you that have been sending in questions. Much appreciated, and I'll wade through some of those. The brilliant Ted Barton, he is working on the Challenger Series event, the Autumn Classic in Montreal. Ted is so involved with Skate Canada and helping to develop the brilliant work done at Skate Canada, and particularly en route to the Senior World Championships, which take place in Montreal next March. And Montreal, the location for the Autumn Classic, the event that is taking place on the Challenger Series this week. Nice triple salto. And currently, we already have some standings on the Junior Grand Prix of figure skating for the men, with Ryo Nakata, the Japanese winner in Bangkok, and the winner of silver medal last week in Istanbul. He has more than likely secured his spot at the Junior Grand Prix final in December in Beijing. He was the first alternate last year, and that was his primary goal, to try to qualify for the final. He's done that, and now others beneath him wait to see how their fate will be decided. Francois Pitot will compete in the final group. He lies in 3rd place after the men's short program. He comes into this event with 13 points from his silver medal achieved in Bangkok 3 weeks ago. Skating fans tuning in from around the world might also be interested to see what happens on the Challenger Series. The women's world champion Kaori Sakamoto leads the field after the short program in Montreal, and later today Ilya Malinin, the quad god as he's affectionately named, will compete as well. So excited to see how things unfold as we head towards the Senior Grand Prix, which will take place a week after the conclusion of the juniors. Just to reiterate, Ted and I will be together working remotely for this event in Osaka tomorrow, and then to Budapest next week, where Ted will be on site and I'll work remotely. And then the final 2 events on the Junior Grand Prix series, Gdansk in Poland and Yerevan in Armenia, where Ted and I will both be there. And that will be the culmination of an exciting series, and eyes of the skating community will be watching to see who gets those final spots, very coveted. You can see that very defined, checked technique on triple flip or their triple salchow. And as we've said on other events, for the skaters in this group, aspirations will obviously be different from those later on. There'll be a view to potentially trying to achieve the minimum technical element score set out by the International Skating Union to secure qualification at the Junior World Championships. And it's that minimum technical element score that is required to represent your nation on that prestigious stage. There's so many layers of achievement that the skaters vie for. Certainly, representing your nation at Junior Grand Prix is a huge step for all of these skaters, irrespective of what nation they represent. Huge accomplishment. The next challenge is then either gaining the minimum technical element score, nice triple flip, to be able to participate at Junior Worlds, or for some, being a high enough score to be selected for your national team. And some skating nations have such depth in the field that they can be picky and choosy as to who will represent the nation.
The warm-up is over. Skaters, please leave the ice. Thank you. On the ice, representing Malaysia, Yerevan.
And Zhang Fang, representing Malaysia, takes to the ice, opening the men's free skate. And he will skate to a selection of track Bruno Mars. Malaysia's Zhejiang Pang, the first to start the free skate in the men's event in Osaka. 3 weeks ago, he competed at the Bangkok Open on the first drop of the Junior Grand Prix Series. He rotated 4 triples there, rotated 6 here, but you may have noticed in the top left-hand corner of the screen, the red boxes indicating a negative grade of execution in the maiden. Looks suitably exhausted, and understandably so. Cannot underestimate the exhaustion of a 4-minute free skate. I said yesterday in the short program that he lists contemporary dance as one of his hobbies, and great to hear the Bruno Mars music used to open the event. Traveling 3 turns into triple loop, and it was under-rotated in Bangkok this time, almost a little over-rotated with the body, so trying to make those corrections, just needs to find that happy balance. You can see that one, the triple flip, a little under. And those little mistakes forcing the judges to go down on the grade of execution, and unfortunately it looks like the majority of the elements do fall into that minus GOE place, and it's not a lack of technique. The triple toe technique is good, just a little off axis, maybe not totally comfortable today. Here the axel has to think about what to do with the combination, squeaks out an Euler and a double Salchow. We'll get the value for it, but just not the GOE that you would have been hoping for. And interestingly, the consequence of those mistakes is really evident in the program components. Mid-5s in the component scores 3 weeks ago. Going for more technical difficulty here has pulled those down to the mid-4s. So hopefully a few more run-throughs under his belt, maybe another couple of internationals, and he'll be able to nail the 6 triple jumps and then see those components soar up, because he definitely has a performance ability. Joined by Ami Evident, one of his coaches in the Kiss and Cry, and we saw earlier in the women's competition as well. Interesting, just explaining how exhausted he was, no energy, and the coach said you just got to punch through it. Nobody finds the 4-minute free skate easy. Sorry, 3.5-minute free skate, my mistake. Junior's 3.5-minute free skate, apologies. Nevertheless, still utterly exhausting to punch out those 11 elements, as Ami says. And the technical panel just now reviewing the final change foot combination spin. It's in at a level 4, and it stays there as well. They've established that as justifying that level 4. Interesting to hear the analysis. I think Zhe Xiangfang acknowledges that the rotation may have been short on some of the jumping passes. So it was 90.78 in Bangkok, 76.78, and a very mature acknowledgement from Fang as to why the score will be as it is. And now to the 16-year-old from Delhi, Simar Bajaj, skates to music by Adele. Simar Bajaj representing India, the skater born in Delhi,
シマル・バジャジさんの演技でし
who
た。
trains just 2 hours a week, lists skating as a hobby and doesn't, I'm sure, have access to the resources that so many others. Even I was thinking, as a friend pointed out, just considering the International Skating Union's rule book, that in itself, such a challenge sometimes without the support of coaching staff to understand all the various communications that are necessary to put together a junior free skate. As we see the single. And one thing that is indisputable is Simar's emotional connection to the music. He's obviously found something that he loves and appears to really relish the chance to perform there. Flip, Euler, flip. Just under-rotated on that Euler. And what Simar will take from this event will be years worth of education comparative to others who train in elite environments. So his opportunity to see the other skaters in this group too, understanding the rotational position that they have in the jumps, understanding the features in the spins, just a huge amount of education. What was really poignant watching this was the appreciation and respect from the audience, who were so incredibly supportive, and that was quite special to see. And indeed, I think I saw some of the fellow skaters really exuding support. And as is appropriate, the judges, when they input their component scores, 3 different component scores: composition, presentation, and skating skills. And the presentation, the highest of the 3, thanks to Simar's connection with the music. So irrespective of the level of the skater, the judges' criteria still stands the same for all, and it is a universal system insofar as those 3 components will be used for all standards of event. And now the technical panel just finding 10 elements, 11 elements planned, 10 elements seen by the tech panel. Simar lists his training times 2 hours per week in Gurgaon.
The scores, please.
バジャジさんの得点 17.75、総合得点
17.75 points for Simar Bajaj.
The total score for Simar Bajaj is
And an encouraging audience applaud
He's currently in
the skater from
2nd
Delhi.
place.
3番、周平チャンさん、香港チャイナ。
On the ice, representing Hong Kong, China, Chu Hei Chu.
And now to Cho Hei Chong from Hong Kong, skating to music from Les Miserables. Cho Hae-chung from Hong Kong completes his free skate. And so admirable, knowing that this is now an academic student in London, UK, studying law, far, far from home. His coach, Matthew Leong, just explaining that he works in a small rink in a shopping centre mall in Hong Kong, and they're trying to encourage more kids to become competitive skaters in Hong Kong. And it's even more of a challenge for the coach now, knowing that his student is so many miles away, pursuing his academic studies as well. It's just amazing to consider how he manages to find the training time in London outside of his law pursuits. 5 triples attempted in the program. Nice landing position on the opening double axel used as warm-up, and that had the best grade of execution of all the jumping passes. We've talked about the physicality of a free skate, but to manage to get the sufficient run-throughs when you're so busy with studies. Double flip. And the double axel in sequence. Just forced to do that double 3-turn in between the two elements, and that on the judges' reduction for errors chart forces the negative GOE. And there, just an opportunity to see a little flatter on the edge set, using the toe pick instead of gliding as much as maybe the likes of Shunsuke Nakamura will showcase at the end of the event. But a thumbs up. His coach competed successfully himself as well. Just assessing what has taken place. He hasn't competed on the Junior Grand Prix since last year. He was 20th in Riga last year, where he achieved his personal best of 85 points. And it looks like he could be close to that, which, as I've said, given the time constraints he has, really admirable. Hopefully his participation here does send out that signal for motivation to others back home in Hong Kong, and helps his coach to continue to encourage more skaters to become competitive, because having numbers facilitates the growth of the sport in that home nation.
The scores, please.
Well, fascinatingly, he has scored the exact same score as he did in Riga on the Junior Grand Prix last year. So congratulations to Cho Hae-chung. He leads at this stage with 128.67 total.
4番ブランドン・ジェームズ・バルドスさん、フィリピン。
On the ice, representing Philippines, Brandon James Baldos.
And now to the 17-year-old who's born in California, representing the Philippines, Brandon James Baldos. Brendan James Baldos from the Philippines puts his head in his hands, just processing what's happened with the jumping. But irrespective of that, a skater that obviously loves to perform.
ブランドン・ジェームズ・バルドスさんの演技でした。
The Magdalena by Sergio Mendes, the music, and he resonates really with it. And a release of emotion as he greets who I think might be his sister Tara, here in the capacity of coach for him. An opportunity now to look back at what Brandon delivered in the free skate performance. You can see that commitment to the presentation here, stopping with the outside right foot. Stays up on the loops. In terms of the judges' reductions, this was better. Went for triple loop, triple toe. Downgraded on both jumping passes though, so the consequence of that is pretty heavy in terms of the total element score. So when that's been factored in, he gets 2 points for that triple-triple combination just because of the implications of the rotation as well, and some of the technique take-off. But here you can see the hitch kick, followed by the inside spread eagle, and totally committed here to the expression. His ice feet for Brandon doesn't show a host of different international competitions, so there's not a reference point necessarily for a personal best. Again, as it so often has been said, particularly by Ted, who wonderfully acknowledges that the scores in respect of what's important here is the experience. And owning his moment here, representing the Philippines. So the technical element score likely to be lower than that of the program components. Program components looking like they're in the low to mid 4s out of 10. But the feedback on the report card will just suggest that all of the jumping passes, apart from one of the double toes, was a bit short of rotation. Certainly not a lack of ability. Brennan, I'm sure, will process what's been shown by the tech panel and the judges here and be able to apply that to training. Trains in an environment, a great park ice in Irvine, California, where he is exposed to lots of elite athletes. And I'm sure motivated on a daily basis.
The scores, please.
バルドスさんの得点 61.13
So the scores for Brandon James Baldos, 61.13, just total segment score just under the 100-point barrier, 99.81.
For Brandon James Baldos is 99.81. He's currently in third place.
He will go to third place.
5番クリシュトフ・プラドーさんオーストラリア
On the ice, representing Australia, Christoph Prix.
Christoph Prado, the 15-year-old from Sydney, Australia, skating to Golden Age by Woodkid. Australia's Christophe Prado. Just the debate as to whether or not to try and sneak in the features to attain a higher level in that final spin versus incurring a deduction for being over time. I know, as we see the Australian flag waved, we've got to acknowledge how amazing it is what Christophe and his mum have achieved in getting here, but also acknowledging that he will be in Budapest next week as part of a pair team, and that is something that is so incredibly impressive. He's a high school student, he has hobbies, mountain biking, surfing, and he's doing 2 disciplines on the international stage. Some really tough falls in the program, and he battled well through to the end. Here, good triple toe, good drive through, good pull back of the arms as the takeoff for the double axel as well. And also a complete contrast. The horse trick, the music in the short program couldn't have been more different from the Woodkid music for the free skate. Another powerful drive up into double axel, forced to do a double 3 turn. And then again, you can see with the double toe, double loop combination, just a lack of sustained landing position. And that area of development that he will see from others above him and force him to do the same when he's in training. Good use of multi-directional movement within the choreo sequence. Cemented there with that Ina Bauer. And you can just see not the same level of engagement through the shoulder blades and the neckline as some of the others that we will see. So the posture needs some awareness and some attention, but so much to be proud of. His mother is his coach. I saw on his social media he's got friends supporting, Lauren Stoker cheering from back home, the Australian Figure Skating Federation. Also appreciative of all the efforts the athletes go to, and whilst he may look disappointed now, as we said before, the learning opportunities are abundant and they will be carried over to next week in Budapest. And we shout out to his pairs partner who will join him. Not a lot that can be said following the performance. Difficult when you've had those 2 painful falls. As a parent and as a coach, I'm sure Barbara Prado will be incredibly proud of the way Christophe got back up again and fought through to the end. Similar to Brandon James Baldos from the Philippines, not a huge international track record, so not a lot we can reference in regards to the results here, but in many respects that's better because he and his mum will know what's necessary for improving forward. 66.57, third place on the free skate.
The total score for Christophe Prix is 108.75.
Third overall of the 5 that have competed for the Australian. And that concludes the first group in the men's free skate. We'll look ahead now to the start of the second group.
The skaters of warm-up group number 2 will take the ice.
An opportunity now to see some real performance and proximity and scores from the short program. Just over 5 points separate skaters from 16th to 20th.
From Canada, Anthony Pahadi. From China, Jiao Jia. From Japan, Masaya Mishima. From Ukraine, Wajim Novikov. From Great Britain, Tal McRae.
And the first of the Japanese competitors to be seen, Masaya Mishima, He struggled in the short program, and another wonderful skater in Anthony Paradis, the Canadian. He is so brilliantly expressive in this free skate. Very special, just so hopeful that he can deliver in regards to the technical element score to really hit home with the component scores that he has. A couple of questions coming in from @Veron1C4. Will there be any skating competitions in Italy? So this year on the Junior Grand Prix, last year there was the event in Enya in Italy. Not an event in Italy on the Junior Grand Prix series this year. The Lombardia Trophy in Bergamo was part of the Challenger Series, but unfortunately that's already taken place. And you can check out, for those interested, you can check out all of the events taking place on the International Skating Union's calendar, which is on the ISU homepage, which I believe is www.isu.org. My friends will tell me if that's wrong. But they have a calendar of all the events globally, and so much goes on. Not just figure skating events, synchronized skating events, speed skating events as well. And you can see during this warm-up, movement forward in the technical abilities of those competing triple loops. Euler, just the double sacco there, I think, for David Steingart. From Let's Twizzle online, the question posed, we should have a Junior Grand Prix in Mexico again for our Latin American skating family. So, wonderful Teresa has informed me of how many times that took place. So in 98, 2000, 2003, 2006, 2008, and 2013, there was an event held in Mexico, and some illustrious names of medalists at those occasions. Stéphane Lambiel, who won a silver in 2000, went on to win the world title. Daisuke Murakami, even 10 years ago, Nathan Shen, who's the current and reigning Olympic gold medalist. So confirmation really of what will be the probable and hopeful future for the likes of the skaters competing here, seeing skaters that will then go on to become world champions, Olympians, and celebrated skaters on the senior circuit as well. This is the training ground and the education point for so much of that future success. Gorgeous triple axel, silky smooth landing position. And as a generalization, we have seen really good technique from so many. Triple flip, double toe, gorgeous triple flip. Such a big jumping pass there, making the GOE for that first element really good. Hard to maintain the flow though when there's that much elevation to do the triple triple. You can see we're struggling a little there. Such a tight rotational position. And the men appearing to really utilize warm-up time. And the first of the quad jumps that we've seen all week on the competition ice, really hoping that can be replicated for Masaya Mishima. He's the third to skate. Zhao Jiang from China doesn't have the same level of base value technical difficulty with his jumping passes, but he had a really elegant style. And that a recurring theme from both of the women's competitors that in the short program earlier today. Great to see the Chinese skaters really delivering, and Roy Chen Tong from China finds herself on that top group in the free skate after her successful short program earlier. Just there, you see the simulating of the takeoff. So important that skaters are
The warm-up is over.
lined up properly.
Skaters,
Glorious to see that
please
respect
leave the ice. Thank you.
from Masai Mashima as he leaves the ice.
6番アントニー・パラジさん、カナダ。
On the ice.
And now to the 16-year-old Bahradi,
Pahadi.
and he has created a piece of work that is so pertinent and special to him. He's picked this vulnerable song with lyrics that he says fully represents how he feels. I wish him all the best.
I'm somebody you call when you're alone. I'm somebody you use but never own. I'm somebody you touch but never hold. I'm just somebody I'll never really know. I know I'm not the one you really love. I guess that's why I've never given up. 'Cause I could give you all you want, the stars and the sun, but still I'm not enough. Oh, all I really wanted was that look in your eyes, like you already know that I'm the love of your life, like you already know you never say goodbye. But I'm not yours. I'm not yours. I'm not yours. I want more. I want more. But I'm not yours. And I can't change your mind, but you're still mine. So tell me that it's time for me to go, 'cause you know I can't do it on my own. The only thing that's harder than sleeping alone is sleeping with your ghost. Oh, all I really wanted was that look in your eyes, like you already know that I'm the love of your life, like you already know you never say goodbye. But I'm not yours. I'm not yours. I'm not yours. I want more. I want more. But I'm not yours. And I can't change your mind. I should have known that it was summer. 15 dozen roses. All the things that I've done for you not to notice. Can't believe I chose you over all my best friends. What the fuck did I do? In the end, just sit on the floor.
And that beautiful bailment position to finish the program for Anthony Paradis. Such a very special skater. Truly wears his heart on, well, he doesn't have sleeves, but truly wears his heart in his
アントニー・
performance, in his
パラジさんの演技
choreography, and
で
you
した。
can see the acknowledgement of that. So many Canadian flags raised. in appreciation for what Anthony has created and performed. He's the winner of the Taller Cranston Memorial Award, which provides support to young skaters who hold similar artistic qualities to the Olympic medalist Taller Cranston. And you can certainly see those similarities in his expressive capabilities. Said that he spent a long time searching for the music, a couple of possible musics, but none of them represents how he felt precisely in time more than Yours by Conan Gray. Good technique. That's the kind of quality of jumping that he would have aspired to have for all the jumping passes. Double axel would have surely been a high GOE. Here, just bailing out on the intended triple loop. And interestingly, as we see such expressive commitment through the cantilever and through that amazing spread eagle, he's got a jump technique and a skating skill, quality of depth of knee that you can see in the back crossover there, that will give high composure. And there's intention all over his face as he hits this right forward outside spiral. Just not able to marry together quite yet the technical element score with the program components, which are so strong. The change of nail polish from yesterday's snake program to today, attention to details on point, and respect to the team behind Anthony as well. Yvan Desjardins, his coach, who obviously supports the human and the artist as well as the skater, and encouraging him to pursue his passionate use of skating as a creative medium. So despite the technical mistakes, Anthony breaks the 100 marker, the 105.82, and a total of 162.11.
He is currently in first place. On the ice, representing China, Jiao Zhao.
Zhao Jiang, one of the youngest competitors in the men's event, skates to Sign of the Times by Harry Styles.
Just stop your crying, it's a sign of the times. Welcome to the final show. I hope you're wearing your best clothes. You can't block the door on your way to the sky. You look pretty good down here, but you ain't really good. We never learned we've been here before. Why are we always stuck and running from the bullets? The bullets.
Zhao Jiang from China. What a charming skater. Really classy in every position. And delivered some really good jump technique. The 2 triple lutses to start. Beautiful rotational position, pointing right to his toes in the air. A couple of hard falls. That double axel fall later in the program will have been frustrating, an easier element for the athlete. But to me, someone with huge potential, and as I acknowledged in the short program, shares coaches with Han Yan, who is another great athlete in the men's event from China. Here that looks. You can see really extending through his ankles in the air, springing off the floor, springing off the ice here. Nice back position as well, awareness of his body here through the inner bar too. Not the same flow and glide as Anthony Paradis, nor the commitment to the presentation or composition, so a different approach and a different focus with the triple flip double toe there. That was good given the fall in the opening triple flip, as coach G applauds ringside. He was 5th in the Chinese Senior National Championships. He can carry the flag in Chinese men's skating in the junior ranks for many more years to come. And if his coach was responsible for Han Yan's triple axel, which was one of the best, then Zhao Jiang, I'm sure, will come back next year on the Junior Grand Prix. In fact, he may have another event this year, but when the triple axel is in his repertoire, he could become a formidable force on the junior circuit. So the deductions are for the 2 falls, mandatory 2-point deduction. He reaches over that 100-point barrier as well. Anthony Paradis, the component scores for the Canadian. See him lead the field.
On the ice, representing Japan, Masaya Mishima.
Masaya Mishima, we saw a glorious triple axel in warm-up. We saw quad toe in warm-up too. They will be the first elements for the Japanese skater. Japan's Masaya Mishima.
三島雅也さんの演技で
He
した
was a man on a mission. The program, I'm sure he would have happily stopped after the first 3 or 4 elements. And he managed to land the triple axel and the quad toe. Lovely to see that respect to the audience as he leaves the ice. And you know, a skater with all the attributes for success. He showcased good speed, obviously the technical content that we haven't seen and will be comparable to that which we will see at the end of the competition. But just maybe overexerted himself. Maybe the pressure of the occasion of being in front of a home audience was too much. Here we see quad toe. And at this point he was flying. There, a salvage job, triple axel. It could have been a touchdown of the left foot, but turned into takeoff for a double toe. And again, getting treated sights of that opening quad to GOE on that element. So the quad toe has a base value of 9.5 points, but because he delivered it so well, it turned out as an 11-point element. And here the hydroglide. You have to assume perhaps it was either a lack of fitness or just being in the moment. Maybe the excitement of the occasion derailed him, because the second triple axel, even towards the end here, starting to really fatigue. And so Masaya Mishima's component scores will suffer, because the inputs the judges would have been able to make on the first half of the program, I suspect, would have been higher into the 6s than they are at present. Low 6s for the components. But some semblance of redemption from the short program, which was such a frustrating outing for him. Finds himself 17 points off third place in the short program. Now, stranger things have happened, but I suspect, although he won't come away with a medal, he is likely to scale the rankings for the 16-year-old from Kamaki. 118.63 and a total of 173.21. And further gratitude and appreciation from Masaya Mishima and his coach.
9番ワジム・ノビコフさん、ウクライナ。
On the ice, representing Ukraine, Wajim Novikov.
Vadim Novikov, born in Odessa, skating to the classic Rhapsody in Blue by George Gershwin. Vadim Novikov, the 17-year-old from Ukraine, competed at the Cup of Austria in Linz 2 weeks ago, and unsure as to the exact training locations for Vadim and whether or not he has been able to train back in Ukraine. I know that he has spent some time at the Great Park Ice Arena in California, which is home to so many of the world's great skaters. Lovely to see that interaction with Tao McRae, the next competitor. And as we have seen from others, though, the fatigue and exhaustion that sets in towards the end of the program really impacts upon the skater's ability to deliver on that TES score. And that's what we can see from Vadim, just that real exhaustion setting in. And we saw a huge elevation, the jump technique here, the length and distance of the double axel, and that running edge, that the kind of landing position you would have so hoped for later. This was good too. Triple flip. Elected not to put that in combination, but keeping flow at this point where once more oxygen in the lungs. And a foundation for success, and I suspect the opening double axel is ready to be turned into a triple, but hopefully Vadim will be able to amass more run-throughs under his belt to be able to deliver more triples towards the end of the program. And you can see the necklace with the skate boot on it, just indication of the care that Vadim has for his chosen sport. And I suspect perhaps more than some of the others competing, he has had to go through more hoops and hurdles to be able to continue participating as a skater, given the challenges that are facing he and his family, I'm sure, in his home nation. What he can bank upon, though, is a fundamental good education on the jump technique. Carry him. What he needs on top of that, obviously, are run-throughs and mileage of the program to be able to deliver through the duration of this performance. We saw Ukraine winning gold in the ice dance competition in Istanbul last week with Maria Pinchuk and Pogorelov. They had relocated entirely to Vienna in Austria and able to undertake a training regime that facilitates them being competitive. I'm sure with Vadim, where he's training, he lists training locations in both California, in Odessa in the Ukraine, and in Brno in the Czech Republic as well. So having to travel for ice time. As he sits with coach in the kiss and cry. And now with his 2 Grand Prix assignments already complete, now he will look ahead perhaps to some other international competitions and then the Ukrainian National Championships as he vies to be selected for Junior Worlds. So an 83.42 for Vadim Novikov.
The total score for Vadim Novikov is 134.54. He's currently in 4th place.
10番タオ・マクレーさん、イギリス。
On the ice, representing Great Britain,
And
Tao
now
McRae.
to Tao McRae, the 16-year-old representing Great Britain. We've heard lots of Andrew Lloyd Webber today. This now the turn from pieces from Jesus Christ Superstar.
then I was inspired. Now I'm sad and tired. After all I've tried for 3 years, seems like 90. Why then am I scared to finish what I started? What you started, I didn't start it. God, thy will is hard, but you hold every card. I will drink your cup of poison. Please take me now before I change my mind.
Tamagray from Great Britain. The 16-year-old concludes his Prix skate, and the Great Britain Union Jacks are waved by such a supportive audience here. And Tamagray, as I mentioned in this short program, half Japanese, so very special for him to compete in Japan. Special for any skater to compete in Japan, given the audiences here. And what we can't see on screen are the audiences behind the judges as well. And Michał Brezhina just saying, not bad, stayed on his feet. And interesting getting an insight into the skaters' final preparation, even seeing and hearing the music choice for each athlete, free reign to choose what they want. They're great outside edge on takeoff, just a little bit over rotated, forcing the step out. Same situation took place for the triple flip later, but not so much for the triple loop. And his coach, Michał Brezhina, explaining that Tao just loves skating there. Triple salto, Euler, double salto, and that Tao is researching anything and everything skating related. And so for someone who at 16 years old is spending their free time researching the sport, you can see why he would be so happy to be here in a skating mecca nation of Japan.
The scores, please.
マクレイさんの得点 95.85 総合得点 149.74 現在の順位
So
は
Tao explaining better than he thought.
Score for Tao Gray is 149.
Michał acknowledging better, not bad, better than he thought. So satisfactory result. Fist pump to boot.
定評のため休憩いたします
And we will now take
Tao
a break
Gray.
to
And there
resurface the ice.
concludes the first two groups. And the ice being prepared for the next three remaining groups of 5 men. So make sure to come back to the final stages of the men's event at the International Skating Union Junior Grand Prix in Osaka.
ループの選手の皆さんはリンクにお入りください。
The skaters of warm-up group number 3 will take the ice.
Welcome back to the Kanku Ice Arena National Training Center since March 2020, opened the year before,
紹介いたします。
From Finland,
celebrating
Matthias
the junior men
Lindfors.
with 25 men from 20 different skating nations taking part. And
From
here are
Canada,
the names of those in this third
David
of 5 groups.
Steiger. From Switzerland, Noah Budenstein. From Kazakhstan, Oleg Melnkov. From Sweden, Kasper Johansson.
Five groups of 5. So the skaters from 11th to 15th place after the short program, and a really interesting group of skaters with some impressive expressive capabilities and some real showmen within this group. And the challenge for them, as is with everybody, is to manage the balance of technical element score versus the program component scores. And it really is fascinating to see the different approaches and the different personalities and characters. Some of them in this group, it seems particularly akin to enjoying the presentation, as Steingart, his finger en route to that lovely triple sacco. Yeah, really, just in that arm movement and that energy extended out to the ends of his fingers, the commitment to presentation, and that for many skating fans around the world is what they enjoy watching the most. As we look at Noah Bodenstein warming up, he was brilliant in his short program. I thoroughly enjoyed how well he moved and oozed the appropriate stylization to the music that he had chosen. Just maybe not rewarded with the components as much as he, or I hoped. And now another real big factor that we have seen so far on the circuit, and particularly in the first 2 groups, is sufficient endurance and stamina, so that when the judges come to input their program component scores, they're seeing still a relatively fresh skater. As Oleg Melnikov warms up, looking solid with his triple lutz. Not taking a pause at all. That's comfortable there. Questions coming in online. Please do send us your questions. Ted and I will be back together for the final day of competition tomorrow with the ice dancers free dance and the women's free skate. I'm sure we can be treated to a big audience for the women's free skate, the final event of competition, and jubilation for the Japanese audience to see the top 3 places after the short program earlier today being held by the Japanese entrants. But yeah, we would love to hear from you. Any questions that you may have as we look at Swedish skater Kasper Johansson. Josephine Broval from Sweden, the same coaching staff as Kasper. She had a solid skate in the women's short. So the question coming in from at Victoria Larson: what do you love most about being a junior Grand Prix commentator? And that question asked of Ted and myself so often, and it really is a privilege to watch the skaters. And I've been able to share some insight the paths that they take en route to competing here. As Noah comfortably lands the triple lutz. So many of the skaters, I'm really conscious that through this summer, many of them really exploiting the opportunity to attend summer camps and traveling around Europe, around North America, all over the globe in many instances, to train in a location with access to some of the world's best coaches. challenge in the off-season. So often is the case that following the end of the season, say Junior World Championships for those chosen, fortunate few have been selected to compete at Junior Worlds.
There is 1 minute
Following
left.
that, then there's opportunity to try to amass some more technical element skills. So I'm sure many of these skaters will kick on or successfully landing triple act practice, working on quadruple jumps for the future. And then the choreography process begins. And as we head closer towards the competitive, the run-through season starts, be able to tell who has had sufficient run-throughs under their belt to maintain that peak physical fitness to deliver in the final of elements. 11 in the junior men's free skate. Spot the choreo sequence where 2 visible choreographic elements are formed. And as we head later into the stages of the competition, we'll get those that are a little bit more creative in the pursuit of that choreo sequence, pursuing that higher
The warm-up is over.
creative execution.
Skaters, please leave the ice. Thank you.
So that concludes the 6-minute warm-up.
On the ice, representing Finland, Matthias Lindfors.
And now to the highest ranked skater in the Matthias Lindfors. And I thoroughly enjoyed this choreography when he competed in Linz. Mattias Lindfors skating for Finland. I loved the program at his first Junior Grand Prix assignment in Linz, Austria. Confirmed what good work this choreography is. Congratulations to his sister Monica Lindfors for her work on this. There was a section just before the choreo sequence which was so impeccably appropriate musically and creatively. That said, congratulations from Verpe Hortana, but mistakes on the jumping passes. I do feel that Mattias obviously must get the run-throughs done. The second triple lutz was enormous, and actually the second triple flip looked really, really good. An unfortunate fall on that. Now, as we see that big triple lutz into double axel. Interesting to note that Mattias had a big role in a Finnish thriller scene, Mun Vakuori. So a successful actor as well as skater as we look at that choreo sequence that I was referencing. Outside spread eagle into the hydroglide. Look at the elevation on that second lutz later in the program. And coach applauds ringside. And choosing Carmen, such a popular piece of music, so regularly used in the ice skating community, is a challenge insofar as there'll be constant comparison with others who have done it successfully before. But this young 16-year-old owns it. He really does, and I think the boldness of the music wasn't used prematurely. He's delivering, as confirmed by the fact that he's a celebrated actor already. It won't be anything like the 119 from Linz, Austria, because of the jumping mistakes. 104, 15 points short, disappointing. But such an enjoyable skater to watch, such respect and appreciation for the work that he and his team produce. Looking forward to seeing how he develops.
On the ice, representing Canada, David Steiner.
Another special skater, an accomplished dancer on the stage, and a beautiful skater on the ice. David Steingart. David Steingart representing Canada, an admirable fight, given the fall in the opening triple flip to then come back. Testament to the run-throughs that he must have done. Second fall later on the triple toe didn't deter him from again fighting back for that final triple salchow combination. So some good, valiant effort from the 17-year-old. Interesting that the music, especially created here an insight into his abilities as a dancer on the stage as well. Creativity showcased throughout. Music by Milana Zilnik, an Ottawa-based pianist. Lovely double axel. And here, the triple-lutz. Fighting to try get triple-triple, just a bit short of rotation. But immediately back into character. And how much delivery and commitment to that arm movement. And yet again, that commitment there with such genuine focus on it as well. And kudos, interesting to see as we look at this great choreo slide. Kudos to Darlene Joseph, his coach, for much like that of Anthony Paradis, allowing these skaters to be creative, to pursue their creative integrity within the skating. Darlene just saying, you look like you want to do it again. I'm sure there will be aspects of the program that he would like to do, including that opening from the triple toe. A personal best last year of 105. 108 here.
The total score for David Steingart is 164.74.
And now David Steingart
second place.
slots in just behind Masaya Mishima from Japan.
13番ノア・ボーデンシュタインさん、スイス。
On the ice, representing Switzerland, Noah Bodenstein.
Noah Bodenstein, so enjoyable in this short program to the Leslie Autumn Junior music. A change now as he skates to Raining Storms and Guardians at the Gate. Noah Bodenstein from Switzerland. And some frustrating falls on elements that might never have happened in practice, the spin fall and then transitional fall as well. So 2 points of loss just with those deductions. But I wonder, with the first international of the season for Noah, whether so much of the focus was on that opening quad salcho. And although it's going in the system is downgraded, it's a big landmark in being competitively ready. Put that in your technical element score and in your planned program content. So developmentally, Noah at 18 years old in his final season as a junior, knowing that that's the kind of technical element score or technical element needed to further his career, then I think he may be satisfied that he stayed on his feet within it. Here it is, the first quad salcho attempt we've seen of the event. 1, 2, 3, just landing forwards. But you can see that that's evidently been done in practice and justifies its inclusion in his planned program content. Two-footed landing there on the first of the Lutzes, so a negative degree of execution there. This was great. The Wally into the triple toe, into the twizzle. A seamless inclusion of a relatively simple triple jump for him, but well constructed with the transition in and out. This also, another one of the highlights, triple flip, Euler, triple salcho. 10 points or more with that jump sequence. And we remarked upon how tall and statuesque Noah is. Striking figure on the ice, which lends itself to that delivery. He's got great delivery in terms of energy or engagement. Just not the same depth and softness of knee action that we've seen from some others. So skating skills in the 5s as opposed to in the 6s. But at some point there's got to be a pursuit. The quad salcho was a definite pursuit, I presume, in the off season. Well done to Coach Roman, who's with him here, for helping push him.
The scores, please.
ボーデンシュタインさんの得点 93.46 総合得点 150.39
It's a disappointing 93.46 for a skater who's had 30 points more. But en route to bigger things.
14番オレグ・メリニコフさんカザフスタン
On the ice, representing Kazakhstan, Oleg Melnikov.
From one 18-year-old to another, this time it's the free skate of Oleg Melnikov, born in Shymkent, representing Kazakhstan. And he will skate to the music shot by the brass.
Tonight we escape, just you and me.
Well, I mentioned in this short program how Oleg Melnikov loves hard rock, and although not hard rock, perhaps this free skate music choice is a little closer to what he's most passionate listening to. And that, one of the cleanest skates of the event so far. Delighted to see Oleg delivering, showing how hard he must have trained in the off-season. Triple toe, triple sal, triple loop, triple flip, double toe, another triple flip, and 2 triple lutzes. So his mum and coach satisfied, I am sure. He had a personal best in the short program. Just a narrow personal best. Less than a point higher than what he achieved at the Dennis 10 Memorial last year. And now will he be able to add a personal best from the short to personal best in the free skate? You can see him thinking so much about what to do with that triple lutz landing. Decides to put 2 double axels on the end of it. Gorgeous donut position. He had a wonderful camel spin yesterday, the same again today. He explained, as we see this cantilever, part of his choreo sequence, that trains twice a day, up at 6 in the morning. Starts with a light jog and then commits to his training pursuits. Not the flow and glide, still the skills that need the development in Oleg skating. Great transition into the triple loop. And just he'll be eager to lengthen that running edge on the landings, carrying more speed through the jumping passes. You just see a little tightness on the landing, but in terms of delivering what you've been capable of in practice, it's the closest to any that we've seen. And there, a pat in the back from mum, and proudly showing the flag of Kazakhstan. Personal best of 104 at that Dennis 10 Memorial last year, where he had a short program personal best also, which he beat yesterday. And now he adds 12 points almost to his free skate ISU personal best. So 116.21 for Oleg Melnikov. And we will see him compete again in Armenia on the final stop on the Junior Grand Prix Series this year.
15番キャスパー・ヨハンソンさん、スウェーデン。
On the ice, representing Sweden, Kasper Johansson.
So from one skater in their first Junior Grand Prix assignment to another in their second. Kasper Johansson, a 17-year-old who was 12th in Bangkok, will skate to music from Avatar. 17-year-old Kasper Johansson from Sweden, and it started so well. You can see the green boxes for the first few elements. Just fading towards the end, as is often the case, and that perhaps a result of competing still September the 15th. We are almost 6 months out from the Junior World Championships. Kasper was 23rd at Junior World here and will return to Junior Worlds Sweden, and by that point in the season he will have so much more stamina to deliver on the last few jumping passes. He had a slip in Bangkok when he competed there, and some singles creeping into the performance and doubles towards the latter stages here. But on the whole, I think generally better than Thailand's outing. This, the triple salto, he's working on quad salto, he's capable of quad salto, just patiently including that here. And you can see Coach Regina applauding. At this point, all systems go. Again, applause from the coach at this point, ticking elements off comfortably and confidently with good grades of execution. And a good concept, he's gone with the avatar theme. And it really is a good vehicle for the season for him. And there, just a sign of a little bit of the exhaustion starting to creep in. Regina, the coach, just pauses before clapping. So much investment from the coaches. Nice difficult exit there. And the debate, I'm sure, will be as to when or if that quad salto is included. We saw Noah Bodenstein attempting quad salto earlier. At some point, the decision to include that higher base value element will have to happen, but at least he and his team are mindful of the need to include it at some stage and working on it hard in practice. 117 was his personal best last year, 106.69 here.
Season's best score.
You can hear the ground announcer acknowledging a season's best for Kasper Johansson.
The total score for Kasper
He now
Johansson
finishes his Junior Grand Prix Series campaign this season, returning to training.
fourth place.
And we look forward to seeing the rest of his international pursuits. And there, the lineup for the penultimate group of men competing. It will be the second of 3 Japanese skaters who will open the group. And like the last group,
Number 4
close scores between the 5 competitors. Just over 4 points separate 6th to 10th place.
From Japan, Seigo Tauchi.
It's a delight for the Japanese fans to hear Seigo Tauchi.
Michael Schiff. From Israel, Nikita Sheiko. From Chinese Taipei, Yu Shan Li. From Republic of Korea, Jae-Kun Lee.
And now the warm-up underway. And of course, those that are new perhaps to the sport, pertinent to know that there's no judgment on the warm-up, simply an opportunity for the skaters to prepare themselves physically and mentally for the upcoming free skate. And the warm-up truly is just that opportunity for them to get ready, but often it can be the case that the warm-up can really affect the mental preparation dependent upon how the jumping passes go, as we watch Michael Shea looking effortless with that triple flip. Michael finds himself in 9th place after the short program, balancing his studies at the University of Berkeley now and representing America as an international competitive skater. Nikita Sheko, such a talent. Two looking comfortable. Interestingly, the program component scores, looking at the short program results, all of the skaters in this group falling in the mid to high 6s out of 10, whereas top group heading towards those 7s in the component. So we'll see more flow, more speed than any we have seen so far. The opportunity to measure and stack up whether or not there's more glide in this group than what we will see in the final group, who are the front runners after the short program. Some of you, the ardent skating fans, will have noticed that it's no longer a reverse order in the free skate from the result of the short program. Skaters now have a draw again. Always an exciting and nerve-wracking event to draw out the order of your start position within the program. It just so happens that the men in this group have drawn almost in the order of their results from the short program. Seigo Tachi 10th, then Michael Shea 9th. Nikita Sheko, who was 8th in the short program, but then it's Yohisang Lee from Chinese Taipei, who was 6th in the short for Jae-Kun Lee. As we start to see some triple axel attempts, we've already seen success. Mileage of run-throughs to give them a successful program in the closing stages of their 3.5-minute free skates.
The warm-up is over. Skaters, please leave the ice. Thank you. On the ice, representing Japan, Seigo Tauchi.
So we have a leader from Japan already in the men's competition, Masaya Mashima, and now battling to take that lead is 15-year-old Seigo Tauchi.
There was a boy, a very strange, enchanted girl. They say he wandered very far, very far. Over land and sea. The greatest king you'll ever know is just love. And be loved in suddenly the world seems such a perfect place. Suddenly it moves with such a lovely grace. Suddenly my life doesn't seem such a waste. It all revolves around you.
Well, Seigo Tauchi, just considering what has taken place. Now in this short program, he struggled with the triple flip, triple toe, falling on that element here, doing two of them and successfully. However, mistakes made on some of the other elements. And now you can see he looks somewhat crestfallen. And hopefully the supportive flags of his home nation, and indeed his name, helps him to think favorably and positively about the opportunity to represent Japan here. A skater who started at 6 years old in 2014, and that was when Yuzuru Hanyu won one of his Olympic gold medals, and I wonder how many young Japanese male skaters started at the same time inspiring a whole new generation. And that sigh indicates how much pressure has been bubbling for Tauchi. This was the scheduled opening triple axel. Didn't look like there was much conviction towards that. But making the triple lutz look easy. Not the biggest drive through on the takeoff technique of the axel. Looks like he may more comfortably turn quad jumps from the flip and the lutz takeoffs that we've seen. Here, the hydroglide into the knee slide as part of the choreo sequence and oozing an expressiveness. It looks comfortable, passionate commitment, and shortly after that we saw indication of how frustrated he may have been. So interesting to note just how committed he was still to the performance. Shaking his head now as he awaits the score. 114 is PB internationally with ISU, but I'm sure capable of much higher at domestic events. 115.52, 177.85 total.
Is 177.85. He's currently in first place.
So he secures a top 10 place. He waits to see if that will move higher.
On the ice, representing the United States of America, Michael Shea.
Well, we saw Michael Shea and his triple axel in warm-up looking comfortably. Struggled with it in the short program. And his first 3 jumping passes will be axels, the first of the double variety, and then 2 triples. Well, amazing to know that he's got a full course load at the University of Berkeley since his last Junior Grand Prix assignment in Bangkok, and he has still managed to deliver a better performance. He had a fall on the triple loop in the Prix skate in Thailand. I was anxiously awaiting the result and the outcome of that last triple, but nailed it here. His free skate music that he chose, he loves the music, and he edited it himself with some guidance from coach Mari Malama. And despite his initial jubilation, that as he gets off the ice, that indication really that is a consistency that he must have showed it in practice, really. So supported by his coach and choreographer. Selections are from Planet Ocean. And there's a story of evolution for the team within the choreography. That the opening double axel, spread eagle, and glorious landing position. Be interested to see +3s, I think, at least. Triple axel. Fully rotated. I think both here and in Bangkok, the second triple axel tends to be a little under-rotated. Here, this the Lutz. In combination with triple toe. Just ticking off each element comfortably and confidently. And there, a glorious Ina bar, flexibility within his back. And there it is again. So, a wonderful team effort, Michael Shea and Mari Malama. Had 131 last year. Is this going to be a new all-time personal best for Michael?
That's his season's best score.
Smashing his international PB by 9 points. What an achievement for an amazing...
The score for Michael Shea is 204.1.
Over the 200
First place.
for the first time.
18番ニキータ・シェイコさん、イスラエル。
On the ice, representing Israel, Nikita Sheiko.
And now to the 15-year-old, born in Zafat, Israel, set up an 8th place after the short program. Who wants to live forever? The 15-year-old from Israel, Nikita Sheiko, and what a competitor he is. He competed in Linz, Austria 2 weeks ago and did not include a triple axel nor a triple axel attempt. I noticed on his social media on Sunday he posted a triple axel. I'm not sure how long he's been successfully landing it, but then to see him include it now, when it's presumably not nearly as good as other triples just because it's a harder element, and then going for it so close to landing it, but then what's most impressive is the concentration wasn't derailed with that fall. Fought for every element right to the end, showcasing real stamina. Here the loops. In combo with the double toe. And then the next. Such a clean and efficient technique. He explained that he lives in a small city, the south of Israel, and trains in a shopping mall ice rink. 5 a.m. practice every day, and perhaps competing. Oh, I love that transition from the landing of the triple flip, so perfectly on point with the music. As to with a similar transition which he used for double axel in the short program, this time into the triple loop. Perhaps competing in his first Junior Grand Prix in Austria Linz has been a catalyst for the axel fitted. He is the European Youth Olympic champion, so he's already had success.
The scores, please.
PB was 119 from Austria 2 weeks ago. An effusive slapping on the back and encouragement from his mama. Thumbs up, both mother and coach, and rightly so. What a team.
The total score for Nikita Sheiko is 190.45. He's currently in second place.
I think we'll see so much more of Nikita Sheiko.
19番ユーシャン・リーさん、チャイニーズ・タイペイ。
On the ice, representing Chinese Taipei, Yu Shang Li.
From Chinese Taipei, Yu Shang Li. He was such fun in the short. Now skating to Eleanor Rigby by the Beatles.
Eleanor Rigby died in the church and was buried along with her name. Nobody came. Father Mackenzie wiping the dirt from his hands as he walks from the grave. No one was saved. All the lonely people. In the church where the wedding has been, lives in a dream, waits at the window, wearing the face that she keeps in a jar by the door. Who is it for? All the lonely people. Where do they all come from? All the lonely people. Where do they all belong?
easy, writing the words of a sermon that no one will hear. No one comes near, look at him working, downing his socks in the night when there's nobody there. What does he care? All the lonely people, where do they all come from? All the lonely people, where do they all belong?
Yu Shangli from Chinese Taipei. Yes, was so hopeful for the final jumping out. He had a fall on that triple lutz in Bangkok, Thailand, and he was straightened with the skate there. But on the whole here, a better performance as fans avidly and excitedly wave his flag. Electing not to go for the triple axel, which he attempted in Bangkok. But good to know, just having seen what he's working on in training, what he posts on his social media. He's working quad toe. He's obviously very well aware of what he needs and wants to do if he's going to move closer towards a podium play. Twice he's now been in the top 10 Grand Prix. And now finds himself closing in the top 5. Here, that place in the program where a triple axel would go, but tactically electing to do a double here. Staying very calm and patient there for the triple flip, conserving energies. Best result was at the Baltic Cup in Gdansk 2 seasons ago, where he was 7th on the Junior Grand Prix there. If he could maintain a 6th place position, be impressive. But there's been some strong performances already from Michael Shea there. Double axel Euler, triple salchow. Of course, there's that passion, but interestingly, he's posted that whilst results are not as expected, he said it's all right, life isn't defined by one event. And really amazing to hear that maturity. Easier to say in hindsight after the event. He's not defined by whatever the score is, so hopefully he won't be too despondent to see 118.86, not quite as good as that Baltic Cup result 2 years ago.
The total score for Yu Shangli.
Hopefully no tears of sadness today, just celebrating his continued progression as Yu Shangli moves into 3rd place.
On the ice, representing Republic of Korea, Jae-kun Lee.
And the 15-year-old Jae-kun Lee prepares to skate his free skate. Romeo and Juliet, the familiar sounds of the ice rink. And he plans 2 triple axels to start.
2 households, both alike in dignity, in fair Verona, where we lay our seed, the which if you with patient ears attend, what here shall miss, our toil shall strive to mend.
Jae-Kun Lee from Korea, just mentally ticking off what has and hasn't been accomplished. Just well with the two triple axels. And then some errors crept in with landing positions that didn't have the run out that he would have hoped for, so grades of execution will be affected, and that, I imagine, is something that lies heavy in his brain space. Cuddle of acceptance from Hyung Kyung Choi. As we look back at his Romeo and Juliet free skate. And this was perfectly on point with the music. Crash in the Romeo and Juliet score in the film. And actually one of the highlights caught here too, the donut feature into the camel catch with the change of edge, maintaining the speed throughout that spinning element. Now you may have just noticed the flesh-colored gloves used there when in the hydroglide to touch the ice. And a difficult change of direction from that hydroglide into the change and spin. Coach reminding him to take his moment, wave at the camera for the junior high school student. He was not far from a podium place in Italy last year in Enya. That's where his international personal best comes from, or 127. He would have to go some way to beat that. That would put him into second place. But the challenge is now to take the lead from Michael Shea, who had that huge 140. You need 138.38 for that. I think he'll fall short.
E3 の得点 127.67
127.67, narrowly beating the score that he achieved on the Junior Grand Prix Series last year. That slots him into second place. Michael Shea from the United States of America continues to move up the standings. As you see the ice being prepared for the final group of men. 5 more skaters left to compete in the men's free skate. We take a short break now for the ice to be prepared, but do not want to miss where the medals will be decided in Osaka.
We are here to celebrate the first inaugural World Ice Skating Day. And World Ice Skating Day is a single day specifically to celebrate the fun and the joy of ice skating across the globe. Lots of fun, lots of smiles, and a great way to celebrate this first day of World Ice Skating.
グループの選手の皆さんはリンクにお入りください。
The skaters of warm-up group number 5 will take the ice.
And now to the fifth and the final warm-up group in the men's free skate. The first medals, which will be decided and awarded in Osaka on this fourth stop on the ISU's Junior Grand Prix of figure skating. And you can see
From New Zealand,
the starting order and lineup there, showcasing the fact less than 5 points separate the top 5 competitors after
from
the
the
men's short
United
program.
States of America, Daniel Martinov. From Japan, Shunsuke Nakamura. From the Republic of Korea, Shuho Lin. From France, Francois Pito.
And they're the history maker in achieving that medal for New Zealand figure skating. Such exciting celebratory scenes when he won bronze at the Junior Grand Prix in Bangkok, and now comes into this event with a completely different perspective, having achieved that level of success. Perhaps now there's an element of expectation upon his shoulders. But he managed to absolutely deliver with the short program that was produced yesterday. And there, Shunsuke Nakamura, who had the highest program component scores in the short program, and looked perhaps a little relieved that despite the mistakes, he manages to stay in contention, and he now finds himself just over a point off first. In such a closely fought contest, regarding the short program scores, every landing position will be so crucial. Every sustained backward outside edge, the longer the skaters can sustain those, the greater the chance of the grade of execution, the more opportunity to stay on the podium or climb up indeed onto the podium placement. And it's a podium place and a certain color that Francois Pito from France will be after. The triple loops and 2 double axels looking comfortable for the French skater, who, with 13 points already from his silver medal earlier in the Junior Grand Prix series, will be so hoping to add another silver or maybe even take the title. And rely upon the skating scores, brilliance in ascertaining which skaters are guaranteeing a spot. But Ryo Nakata has a gold and a silver already, so he leads the standings in the Junior Grand Prix series for men so far. Behind him is Minkyu Seo, the winner last week in Istanbul, but he only has 7 points from his place at the first event. An outstanding winner, Adam Hagara, he has 15 points from Linz, Austria, but we'll see him compete again Budapest next week. So he, a favourite really to take one of those coveted 6 spots at the Junior Grand Prix final. And not only are medals and points up for offer, also prize money for the top place finishers. But I think more than that, I'm sure for all of the skaters, it's the pride and satisfaction of so successfully representing yourself, your team, your nation on this stage. And when we back at previous medal winners. It's great to see some input from my colleagues, just showing
There is 1 minute left in the warm-up.
skaters that have medaled on the Junior Grand Prix that won to such success on the senior stage at Olympic level as well. So 10 years ago, Nathan Chen, the Olympic champion, was a winner on the Junior Grand Prix stage. 23 years ago, Stefan Lombia was winning medals. He went on to 2 world titles. So definitely successful pursuits here. Do not guarantee success on the senior stage, but a good benchmark indicator of what may come for these athletes. So much of the groundwork for their success as seniors has been established by good coaching for this group. Cannot really make it to a top flight, top warm-up group in a Junior Grand Prix without having been drilled upon the fundamentals of good skating skills and good jump technique. As you see, Shunsuke just walking through that trained technique of the triple axel. That takeoff will have been so drilled.
Skaters, please leave the ice. Thank you. On the ice, representing New Zealand, Yen Hao
His coach of
Lee.
many years, Best Cow, gives a hug to Yan Hao Lee, known as Dwayne to his friends. 15-year-old finds himself in 4th place after the short program. Just 1/10 of a point off the bronze medal position. Can he replicate what he did in Thailand with another bronze medal? Jan Harley from New Zealand completes his Junior Grand Prix Series this year. What a star he has been. Bronze in Bangkok in Thailand. Now continuing to showcase, whilst not as good a performance as he enjoyed in Thailand, continuing to showcase the quality that makes him a contender for the next few years. And just such respect for this collaboration. Many of the competitors are greeted by their parents, who are so pivotally involved in their success. Dwayne is greeted by Beskar, who alongside Gordon Rushton have worked so hard to facilitate the skater's success. Here, the double axel. On the planned program content sheet, it did suggest there may be a triple axel. Didn't look like that was intended though after warm-up. But I have every confidence they will make that happen as we look at a effortless triple lutz, triple toe. And here, another lutz, such a drawback with the free leg before tapping in, allowing such ice coverage. And here, impressive position, just losing a little speed, so not sure he managed to get that feature for the sufficient rotation, so may have dropped a level. So little mistakes, but he rightfully fist pumps. And now, you know, such a emotional roller coaster, I am sure, since that medal. Now, he and his coaches can reschedule, replan, and move forward confidently towards the latter stages of the season. So it's 124.41. Fourth in the free skate, second overall. So at worst, it will be a sixth place result for Jan Hanley.
On the ice, representing the United States of America, Daniel Martinov.
Daniel Martinov. As I mentioned, others have their parents as coaches. Yevgeny will be here supporting him, his father, as he takes the start position for the music Iron by Woodkid. That rotation on the heel of the blade, so clever. Daniel Martinov, the 17-year-old from Illinois, concludes the free skate. It'd be interesting to know if Daniel was aware at all of the pressure applied upon his result by compatriot Michael Shea, who leads at this
ダニエル・
stage.
マーティノフさんの演技でした。
And Daniel is a substitute for the next two events. It's be interesting to see whether or not he may be assigned. Choreography,
The scores.
so everybody's supporting Daniel's campaigns.
マーティノフさんの得点 137.23 総合
137.23.
現在の順位は第
And
1位
so,
The total score for
Daniel
Daniel
Martinov
Martinov is 207.9.
makes it a 1-2 for American skaters at this stage.
23番中村俊介さん
So the coach ringside now
On the ice, representing Japan,
can boast the student as leader of the
Shunsuke
women's competition after the short
Nakamura.
program. Can Shunsuke Nakamura turn his second place in the short program to gold as he skates to music by Maxim Rodriguez, child of Nazar. Well, commiserations to Shunsuke Nakamura, the 18-year-old, born in Nagoya. He'd acknowledged it's been 7 years since the Junior Grand Prix was in Japan, and he wanted to do his best and enjoy every moment on the ice. He said that he hoped everyone enjoyed watching and can have fun, but perhaps the pressure just got to him. He had a gold in Courchevel last year, a silver in Enya, and that got him a place at the Junior Grand Prix final. But that skate, just a really challenging 3.5 minutes to get through. And now his chances of winning the title have gone. Whether or not he will medal also in jeopardy. And this is where Shunsuke has to hopefully remember the passion that he has for the sport. When he was 9, he was a flower boy at the Nagoya Skate Festival just after Hanyu won the Olympics. And as I mentioned before, Hanyu was so kind to him, and this helped him to switch his focus from football to skating. There, the opening quad. Valiant effort. And their opportunity to see the quality that he does possess with the triple loop. That actually the only jumping pass that appears to have a positive grade of execution here. Early on the touchdown of the triple flip. Just send those commiserations to Shunsuke. Great skater, more than capable. He's won before. Hopefully he will win again. Potentially has one more season on the junior circuit. It's 113.84. Challenging time for the athlete to process that disappointment.
He's currently in 6th place.
And now to Juhon Lim from Korea.
Republic of Korea.
He must change the energy in the arena. Disappointment for not just Shunsuke, but the fans here to support him. And now Juhon must skate his own skate and channel his own energy to try to vie for his first Junior Grand Prix medal. Everything you would want a skate to be for Joo-Hon Lim from Korea. And what a way to give himself his own gift ahead of his 18th birthday next week on the 22nd of the month.
ジュホン・イムさんの演技でした。
Showcasing more stamina than any that we've seen, more endurance to be able to deliver on that choreographic sequence towards the end of the program and pushing the score of that element really high, perhaps buoyed by the knowledge that his lead in the short program could well be maintained. And he must cherish that moment. Korean men on the Junior Grand Prix series really bringing it. Min Kyu-seo won in Istanbul last week. Kyung-yeon Kim second in Linz. Joo-Hon Lim looking like he could be a runaway victory winner here. And oscillating ever so slightly in the air, but staying committed to the clean landing. Triple lutz from the spread eagle. Maintaining flow through two double axels that followed it. And at the Junior Grand Prix final last year, there were no Korean men that participated. Now, could there be 3 as the season progresses and we see continued success? Real statement from the hitch kick that finishes the program for a very happy skater. So rewarded, so justified. It's hard to comprehend this, his first Junior Grand Prix assignment.
The scores, please.
Im さんの得点142.57
142.57. He wins both the free skate and now guarantees at very least a silver medal in his first Junior Grand Prix outing. A very composed coach's reaction. And the final competitor,
On the ice, representing France,
Francois Pitot.
Pitot.
Unlike Joo-Hon Lim, he comes into this his final opportunity to qualify for the final. He will skate to Crimea River by Michael Bublé. Celebration for Francois Pitot from France. The final competitor on this second day of competition, and withstanding any pressure or expectation that he or his federation or coaches may have placed upon him, the looming possibility of being the first Frenchman to qualify to the Grand Prix final, Junior Grand Prix final, in some time withstood. And although there have been skaters who have struggled through this event, the final group really delivering. It's going to be incredibly close as Romain Ponsard greets his student, is soaking up. Not shy in front of the camera for Francois. Now, he has a personal best, as we see triple axel. Now, poignant there. The right hand looked like it wanted to consider touching the ice, resisted that temptation, and that set a precedence for a clean skate. Just a juicy triple flip. Lovely, lovely. His personal best 153, but that from a senior event with one extra element. Impressive triple lutz, triple toe late in the program. Two big combinations at the end. The jump sequence then with the triple lutz, double axel, double axel. And you can see Roman's reaction. His coach, Roman, told me how grateful he was to his own coach, Rafael Aratuni, and the coach of the Olympic champion, Nathan Chen, for the knowledge and support that Roman can now pass on to his students. And obviously, Francois, the beneficiary of that. So he would need 146.47 to win, 136.5 to come second. I think we're going to see one very happy and excited 18-year-old from Orleans. Hasn't quite established yet. What we now know is that he is the winner of the event here, Francois Pitot.
The total score for Francois Pitot is 219.86. He finished the competition in first place, which means
So the
he's
final
the
skater
winner
of the day takes the
Junior Grand
gold.
Prix Osaka.
15 points, prize money. And as we head towards the latter stages of the Junior Grand Prix, quite possibly, indeed probably, a ticket to the Junior Grand Prix final. So congratulations to all of the medalists. Some brilliant performances.
以上をもちましてジュニア男子シングルフリースケーティングの競技を終了いたします。
This concludes the competition for the junior men free skating.
引き続き表彰におきましてジュニア男子シングルの表彰式を行います。
The standings a little further
準備
down.
が整いますまでしばらくお待ちください。
The junior men victory
Celebration for
ceremony
many,
will be held
learning
on
lessons
the
for
ice
others.
shortly. Please stay with
But we
us.
congratulate
Thank
every
you.
skater for the bravery that they've showcased in celebrating all their training and pursuits and representing their nation here at the Kanku Ice Arena in Osaka. And that concludes the second day of competition. I'm Mark Conretti. Thank you for joining us. Tomorrow, we get the chance to see the conclusion of both the ice dance and the women's events. And I'll be joined again by the brilliant Ted Barton. So make sure to tune in tomorrow for this final day of skating in Osaka.
ただいまより ISU ジュニアグランプリフィギュアスケート競技大会2023ジュニア男子シングルの表彰式を開始いたします。
ISU Junior Grand Prix of Figure Skating 2023-24, Osaka, Japan. Victory ceremony, Junior Men.
第3位ダニエル・マーティノフさん、アメリカ。
Third place and the winner of the bronze medal from the United States of America, Daniel Martinov.
第2位ジュホン・イムさん、韓国。
Second place and the winner of the silver medal from the Republic of Korea, Choo-ho Lee.
優勝フランソワ・ピトさん、フランス。
First place and the winner of the gold medal from France, Francois Pito.
表彰者が入場いたします。メダルは風谷秀隆公益財団法人日本スケート連盟専務理事より授与されます。
Medals will be awarded by Mr. Hidetaka Kazetani, Secretary General of the Japan Skating Federation.
花束はレフリーエミリー・ビローさんより贈呈されます。
And flowers will be presented by the referee, Miss Emily Billow.
テクニカルコントローラーロバート・オーセンブルートさんが入賞選手を祝福いたします。
The technical controller, Mr. Robert Rosenbluth, is offering his congratulations to the medalists.
入賞選手の栄誉をたたえ、国旗を掲揚し、優勝選手の国歌を演奏いたします。皆様、ご起立の上、国旗にご注目ください。
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of the winner.
皆様、入賞選手にもう一度盛大な拍手をお願いいたします。
Once again, please give a round of applause to the medalists of Junior Grand Prix.
入賞選手が退場いたします。皆様、盛大な拍手でお送りください。
The medalists take a victory lap.